Monday, March 10th, 2025. This is the New Hampshire House of Representatives Municipal and County Government Committee. I am Representative Diane Power, and the committee has convened today for the purpose of executive sessions on 18 bills. So at this point, I would ask that everybody be sure that your cell phones are silenced, and please join us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Colby. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And before we begin this morning, as always, I have just a few morning announcements. As I said, the committee has convened this morning at 9:30 for the purpose of holding executive sessions on 18 bills that we previously had public hearings on. And as we approach the noontime hour, what I'm going to say is I will poll the committee and ask the committee based on where we are with regards to executing this bills, and we can decide if we just want to continue and finish up, or would we prefer to take lunch, and in which case we would return after lunch and continue to exec the bills. Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to call for Republican caucus.
Yes, I'll allow that. How much time?
Approximately half an hour.
Okay, so that based on that clock over there, we will come back in 30 minutes, and that would be 10:05. You all set? Okay, so at this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 200 relative to the procedure for overriding a local tax cap.
Madam Chair, I'd like to offer an amendment.
The chair recognizes Representative Karazinski.
I'd like to amend House Bill 200 with the amendment 2025-0573H.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that.
Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Karazinski, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this just cleans up the method to override local tax cap.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Representative Grund is recognized.
Yes, I'd like some clarification, if I could, Madam Chair, on B. School district shall place the warrant article for SAU budget at the beginning of the school district warrant article. Not all school districts have a separate SAU budget, so is this requiring a separate SAU budget suddenly?
Thank you for the question, Representative Grund. I would like to speak to the amendment as well as to respond to your inquiry. So this amendment here, it does two things. So with regards to lines 14 and 16 on the bill, the amendment cleans up some confusing language in the bill as filed regarding multi-year warrant articles, which is, that language is being misinterpreted. What's happening is that bonds, some people are interpreting that bonds are never subject to the tax cap after the first year. So the amendment addresses that to clarify that. And to your inquiry on lines 21 through 22 of the bill with regards to section B of the amendment, that recognizes that there are multiple ways to have an SAU budget warrant article. There is a statute, and it's RSA 194-C:9-B, which is enabling statute, and that allows for what is called the alternate budget procedure, and that's one way to handle the SAU budget on the warrant, and so that's what the amendment clarifies that.
Can I follow up on that?
Yes.
So when it says, but the school district shall place the warrant article, does that indicates that the SAUs are going to place no matter what, which says they're going to have to separate? And that's not the way many SAUs work today, and it's not enabling.
What that's referring to is that if you do have a separate one, then it comes at the beginning. And if you have a separate one, then that comes under the alternative budget procedure. Representative Stavis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I don't see that in the amendment. And second of all, the amendment does say shall. It doesn't say may, it says shall. I think that's tremendously confusing for anyone attempting to put forward an SAU budget that doesn't fit with the structure proposed in this amendment.
But if the SAU spending is in the operating budget for the school, you don't have an SAU separate budget. So it doesn't apply. Further Further discussion? Representative Colby.
My main concerns haven't been addressed either in the bill or in the amendment, which is the stepping on voter authority. It makes it more difficult for an electorate to have their voices heard. The bill also offers no adoption procedure. Instead of mandating that all communities with a tax cap use this method, instead of respecting the will of the community at large. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This provision of law of statute was amended last year, and it went into effect in October of '24. So now we have a bill to fix the law from last year, which has now been amended again. I have no faith that what we have in front of us addresses the issues which have only been in effect since October of '24. Furthermore, I'm not even sure we had a problem in October of '24 if that's law that passed. So this to me is, I have no faith that what we have in front of us is worthy of passing.
Further comments?
Wait, one minute. I didn't mean to do this.
So I have a comment. With regards to the bill, a bill was referenced from last year that addressed a totally separate issue. House Bill 200 is not a housekeeping bill. House Bill 200 addresses the vote threshold by which a local tax cap is overridden, changing it from a simple majority to a 3/5 majority. So it's completely different, and it doesn't relate to the bill that was the representative referenced from last year. The only similarity is it's the same RSA. So, further comments or discussion? Representative Grunt?
I feel I just need to clarify on that 194C. So a school district like Hollis Brookline that separates out their SAU budget, they vote on it separately. So that would be placed on the warrant article before these other things as indicated here. A school district like mine, we have SAU 39. Amherst School District, Sohegan School District, Mount Vernon School District. We do not separate out our SAU budget. It is part of all of our budgets. It's spread out by number of students. Therefore, I'm worried about B now forcing school districts to place the warrant article for the SAU budget. We don't separate it out, and this is not enabling, and it's kind of does not separate out the 194C.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0573H. If you're in favor of accepting the amendment, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Amendment 2025-0573H to House Bill 200 is accepted with a vote of 10 to 8. Do I have a further motion?
Madam Chair,
Representative Walker is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to pass the HB 200. Approve it.
Your motion is
To approve.
to pass
To
with
pass,
with
yes.
amendment? Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a second to that motion? Representative Dolan seconds that. Discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 200. If you're in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The committee recommendation on House Bill 200 is ought to pass with amendment. That will go on the regular calendar. And I will write the report. Minority report. Representative Grund. Thank you. And with that, the chair will close the executive session on House Bill 200. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 374, relative to clarifying references under local tax cap and budget laws. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Representative Walker is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to offer an amendment 2025-0572H.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that.
Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Walker, would you like to speak to your motion?
Plainly, this is just a housekeeping bill clarifying some terms and making the base bill better. If you want to clarify more, I can.
Thank you. Is there comments, discussion? Oh, Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The ability of an effective governing body to manage the prudent affairs of their community depends upon their capacity to be responsive to the unique quality in life and culture within their community. When local officials make decisions, they are carrying out the policy values set forth by the majority of their residents. The policy values set forth by the majority give the governing body purpose and direction. This is one in a raft of bad bills that, if passed, will undermine prudent management of local affairs, thwart the will of the majority, increase the influence of special interest groups in local government, and create barriers to repealing harmful errors in rules and actions. I am opposed to the amendment and the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? I have a comment. This bill is a housekeeping bill. We are not voting on whether we like or dislike local tax caps or school district budget caps. It is a bill that corrects references that were missing in statute, which is needed because these missing references need to be corrected in order for the statute to function properly. And it also clarifies definitions that need clarification. So again, this is simply a housekeeping bill, and I support the amendment and the underlying bill to that end. Representative Stavis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with all due respect, this may be a housekeeping bill, but there are lots and lots of different ways of housekeeping. And the bottom line for me is that this is one of several bills that undermine local control. And local control is what the New Hampshire legislature has always been about, not extending the long arm of government into the way municipalities conduct their affairs.
Further comments, discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0572H to House Bill 374. If you're in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elbert.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Amendment 2025-0572H to House Bill 374 is accepted with a vote of 10 to 8. Do I have a further motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we OTPA.
Representative Dolan motions ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 374. Is there a second?
Yes, I second that.
Representative Franz seconds that. Representative Dolan, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would like to defer my comments to the chair as the prime sponsor. I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I'd like to defer my comment to the chair as the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Representative Dolan. I have no further comments at this time, as I did speak to the amendment. There's nothing further to add. Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Housekeeping to me is a minor contextual change, maybe word here and there. We have the original bill was 2 pages. The amendment is an entire page. That's much more than housekeeping.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 374. If you're in favor of the motion, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 374 is ought to pass with amendment. I will write the minority report author. Representative Majori, thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 374. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 138 local relative to tax impact notation on warrant articles with multi-year tax impacts. Do I have a motion? Representative Franz is recognized for a motion.
I'll make a motion of ought to pass for HB 138 local.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I would like to second that.
Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Franz, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, I just think this bill is a good thing to put, to have a requirement on a special warrant article that does list the estimated tax impact for a long-term, multi-year contract.
Further discussion? Representative Stavis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the key word in Representative Franz's comment was estimated. If you're implying a tax impact for your voters, and that impact can only be an estimate based on everything that we heard and all the evidence that was presented to us in a hearing about bond rates being changeable over the years, there is simply no way that you can deliver truth to the voters in a bill such as this. Tax impact is an estimate. It's a guess. It's not what the impact is going to be. It's just a guess. And no one can make an informed choice on a guess.
Further comments, discussion? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am opposed to this bill because, first, because the Department of Revenue Administration was not contacted, and they are the ones that work with the towns to set the tax rate. Also, as fellow Representative Stavis said, things vary. We don't know what our revenue is. We don't know what our property values are going to be and their valuations within the 5-year period. So these things would affect these lease agreements at any time.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Grund is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So my concerns about when we talk about estimates, I'm going to give you an example of the bonds, which is what this is really about. When you start working on a bond, you're working on it, first of all, the prior year. You get estimates from the bond bank in October or November. You have public hearings December, January, deliberative sessions February, voting March. You don't sell the bonds until later in the summer. When that happens, your interest rate has changed. Think about what's happened since October until what might happen June or even now. That is a huge estimate, but yet you've put this out there and you have to educate your public. I'm very concerned about the estimates on it. What happened to local control? If a town would like to have this type of information included on their ballot or in their voter guides to communicate to the public, then that can be done without this legislation. Calculations that may be inaccurate due to budgeting 8 months in advance, changes in valuations, changes in interest rates and terms when selling bonds and other estimated concerns does not communicate accurate information to taxpayers. And estimating a tax impact 5 years out is going to be difficult to defend when it's not the actual impact 2 or 3 years later. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Elward is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I actually have a question. Can someone refresh my memory as to whether or not the Department of Revenue showed up and expressed opposition to this bill?
My recollection, Representative Elwood, is that they did not.
May I follow it?
Sure.
So if the Department of Revenue did not show up to oppose this bill, speaking to one of the reps' comments, I don't see why anyone would not be in favor. Thank you.
Further comments, discussion? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to Representative Aylward's comment, I did not say DRA did not attend the hearing. I said they were not asked to even comment on the bill itself. They were not consulted on the bill and whether or not, what kind of problems it would affect in towns.
Further discussion? Representative McDonald is recognized.
Thank you. In reference to DRE, when we have deliberative sessions, we present the same information, and I don't recall anyone coming from DRE in order to provide that information to the voters, or DRE ever saying there's an issue or problem with the way we present how much cents per thousand. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Colby.
So we've heard posting multi-year tax impacts are borderline irresponsible. Governing bodies being mandated to provide inaccurate forecast, knowing full well their residents are making financial decisions based on falsehoods. I feel the bill advocates for fiduciary malpractice and sows seeds of distrust. The state should not be suggesting that local officials violate their legal or ethical obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Davis is recognized.
Representative Colby just stated exactly what I was going to say. This is a misrepresentation, can be a misrepresentation, is by definition a misrepresentation because it's an estimate. Voters cannot decide in their best interests based on an estimate. And where is their recourse, by the way, when that estimate is wrong?
Further comments? Seeing none. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 138, if local. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 138 local is ought to pass. That will go on the regular calendar. And for the majority report, Representative Franz, and minority report will be Representative Colby. Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 138 local. Next, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 284 FN, requiring tax impact statements on municipal warrant articles.
Madam Chairman,
Vice Chairman McDonald is recognized.
I'd like to offer Amendment 2025-0571H.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I would like to second that.
Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you. This is very similar to the previous bill that we just passed. And there's been a lot of questions about estimate. Well, if you look at the bill, if in the warrant article could say, if this warrant article passes, there'll be an estimated tax impact of a certain amount per thousand of the evaluation for year one. And then everything is estimated. They're not saying, the town's not saying it's going to be 8 cents a thousand, 10 cents a thousand. They're giving you the best ballpark figure of what exists currently on that particular day when you vote. Again, I think it's better to have open government and providing the taxpayers how much everything is going to cost on their tax rate. Unfortunately, there are other people that don't agree with that, and I respect their opinion. But I think openness in government is better than having no figures at all. Thank you.
Further discussion? I'd like to make a couple of comments. This amendment here before us, it cleans up statutory language in the bill as it was filed. When the bill was filed, unfortunately, multi-town districts was not accommodated for in the bill language. Multi-year warrant articles is imported in, and also this amendment provides that on an SB2 ballot that the total tax impact will be noted. Further comments? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think it's worth noting that several communities do this quite well, and they should be commended for their openness and disclosure. Some communities, however, don't do a very good job with this, and this would put a requirement on those towns to do it. So it's we're no longer at their option. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0571H to House Bill 284 FN. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to accepting the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes, please.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 284 FN is ought to pass with amendment. The chair closes the executive session on House Bill 284 F. Oh, sorry, I skipped some steps. Okay, sorry. Okay, so that will go on to the regular calendar.
Madam
Wait.
Chair?
Okay, that is correct. I apologize. I lost track of where we were.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to offer OTPA on HB 284 FN.
is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Representative Karazinski?
I'd like to second that.
Representative Karazinski seconds that. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
I'll rely on my previous statements.
Is there further comments or discussion? Representative Grund?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the issues I do have with this, and I could have spoken out the amendment, I remembered. It says on line 18, 19, and 20, in multi-town districts, the notation shall be included for each town by prefixing the notation with the name of each town. In a school district similar to Exeter that has 5 or 6 towns, you're now going to list 5 or 6 towns. Is this the one? It's very confusing because that will cause a cost to the towns when you have warrant articles that you're going to have 5 or 6 towns, and I'm not voting, like even in Sohegan, I'm not voting on what Mount Vernon's tax rate is. As a school board member, trust me, we talk about it a lot. But as a voter, you're voting on your impact to your town. You're not voting on Mount Vernon's issues.
Further comments? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of piggybacking on Representative Grund, we need to really consider what this looks like. Timberlane is 4 communities. This also calls for all of this posting to be done under up to 5-year contracts. 4 communities times 5 years is 20 notation of rates. Governor Wentworth, 7 communities, 35 rates would be required to be posted. Pemmy Baker, 8 communities, 40 rates to be posted. It is an exceptionally long ballot you are creating, which is borderline an unfunded mandate onto communities for printing costs and just in general reviewing and making sure that all of these rates are accurate. Who is going to spend the time? Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I always like the idea of transparency, which is why we discuss these things at so many different meetings from September through right through March. I could almost swallow the idea of putting the estimated tax impact on there. What I would really be curious to see, and I don't know if NHMA could do this or anybody could do this, let's see how many warrant articles pass this year. And then after this bill passes, when you have the total tax impact summary statement at the beginning, how many warrant articles fail the following year. People are going to see a total tax impact at the beginning and say, I don't want my taxes going up by $1 or $2. I'm voting no on everything. I'll bet that's going to happen.
Further discussion? Representative Grund?
Actually, I want to thank Representative Majori for bringing that up because, one of the things that I'm observing today is that there are multiple bills in front of us asking us to change or increase requirements for reporting voting warrant articles. I would say if you sit in on town meetings, if you sit on school board meetings, we talk about all this information constantly. We talk about it, we present it at public hearings, at deliberative, printed voter guides. It just, my observation is there's an opinion people only vote because there's a tax impact to themselves. Or because something's not going their way in their own town. I believe many people also need to assess the quality of the program and the warrant article, and not just the tax impact.
Representative Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I disagree with this bill for all of the reasons mentioned by my colleagues, but I would also like to add that I view this bill as a form of electioneering.
Further comments, discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 284. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes, yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 284 FN is ought to pass with amendment. That report will go on the regular calendar. And who will write the majority report?
I will, Madam Chair.
Representative McDonald, and minority report be Representative Germana. Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 284 FN. Next, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 490. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had a question, so I'm gonna rewind. Okay. Oh, okay. The chair will open the executive session on House Bill 495 FN, requiring cities and towns to provide a breakdown of tax changes and information on bills sent to residents. The chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move ITL on this bill based on a number of reasons, but primarily the fact that the sponsor never showed up to defend his bill or to answer questions.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Representative Colby seconds that. Representative Davis, did you want to speak to your motion?
I believe I already did, but
Yeah, we should have done
I'll
that.
repeat myself if
Yeah.
you want, but no.
So we normally speak to the motion after a second. Yeah, we both messed up. That's okay. That's no problem. Further comments, discussion, Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill would mandate changes to be made to assessing software Many municipalities have existing contracts that will have to take on additional financial burdens. Very expensive software updates will have to be undertaken. There's also a lack of guidance on how to deal with reassessments and variation in bills that are delivered quarterly or biannually. There is no direction as to if we're providing individual breakdowns personalized for each property or overall tax rate changes. And we, of course, heard in testimony that through NHMA and Avatar Associates questioning the accuracy of the fiscal note, and NHMA has no record that anyone from their organization actually did provide input. Avatar and Associates are concerned that the $10,000 estimate in cost was far too low. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Dolan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in this case, as in other cases that we've come across, and I think we have one further down our list to talk about, is the public hearing process that we undertake. We have a sacred, I believe, a sacred obligation to share with our constituents and the voters what we're doing, what laws we're looking at enacting, and we do that through the public hearing process, where we invite the sponsors of a bill to explain what the bill is all about, and for us to ask questions and pulse the sponsors and co-sponsors so that we can get a further understanding and help share with the voters what their government is doing. In a case like this, when when the sponsor and the co-sponsors don't show up for the public hearing, then that process, I believe, becomes contaminated with a lack of transparency to the voters. And so in this case, where there's a no-show for both the sponsor and the co-sponsors, I don't think we have any other choice but to ITL the bill.
Further comments? I have a few comments with regards to this bill, and it needs work. It's not ready for prime time. One example would be with regards to if there's multiple school districts and potentially multiple village districts, that's not addressed in this bill. Additionally, it's my opinion that providing tax rate information is only part of the story. I don't find that to be particularly a useful metric. And also, I am aware of the fact that there's a Senate bill that seeks to do a similar thing with regards to providing information. However, that Senate bill has this information to be posted online on a town website or a school website, which I think is a much more practical way to address what's being proposed in this bill. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 495 FN. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes. Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 495 FN is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, yeah, we can put this on the consent calendar. So without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And the committee report will be written by,
Madam Chair, I'll write that report.
that would be Representative Murphy. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's a fiscal note on this bill.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. It recently came to my attention, and my previous understanding with regards to bills with fiscal notes and which calendar it's to go on is that it is acceptable to place a bill with a fiscal note on the consent calendar if the motion is inexpedient to legislate. So, but I do appreciate that check on the chair. Thank you. All right. I need to answer a question before I close this. There's a question as to who seconded the motion. Was it Representative Colby? Yes, thank you. Correct. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 495 FN. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 613 relative to enabling local political subdivisions to vote and set a reduced default budget option. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Representative Karazinski is recognized for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to amend with 2025-0795H, House Bill 613.
So your motion is to
Amended.
accept the amendment to the House bill. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I will second that.
Representative Murphy seconds that. Representative Karazinski, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, this amendment just clarifies the language in it to allow local political subdivisions to adopt provisions for an annual choice of reduced default budget.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Stavis is recognized. Oh. Okay. Because when I looked to my left, I thought the arm was attached to Representative Stavis.
We have become quite
Okay. Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The ability of an effective governing body to manage the prudent affairs of their community depends upon their capacity to be responsive to the unique quality of life and culture within their community. When local officials make decisions, they are carrying out the policy values set forth by the majority of residents. The policy values set forth by the majority give the governing bodies purpose and direction. This is yet another bill that, if passed, will undermine prudent management of local affairs, thwart the will of the majority, increase the influence of special interest groups in local government, and create barriers to repealing errors in harmful rules and actions, and therefore I'm opposed to both the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay. I'm going to go to this side first. Representative Elwood is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a question, or I'm just musing out loud. Is Representative Majori reading from his own words, or is he referencing something that was written elsewhere?
At 6:30, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking right now. I'm inclined to, and this is why I'm hesitating. I'm inclined to find that inquiry by the representative somewhat inappropriate. So what I will say is that the representative to whom the inquiry was directed may choose not to respond, or if the representative chooses to respond, you can be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. At 10:05 yesterday, I finished penning these comments, which are mine and mine alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further discussion? Representative Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to say that why are we discounting simple majority votes? I just don't understand why we don't trust the simple majority of our constituents to vote. And we're insisting that 3/5 of them have to vote in the affirmative or the negative in order to prove the point. I think that is anti-democratic. I think that it is burdensome. And I think that it is uncalled for and unwarranted and an illegitimate expression of power by the state legislature on individual cities and towns that have their own needs, their own electorates, and their own priorities. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Colby's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the most troubling part of listening to the testimony was the implication that we need to offer a third type of budget budgetary warrant article, was because there was a slim financial difference between a default budget and a presented operating budget. It is, in my experience, the reason that you don't see a big variation between these two figures is because school districts and municipalities, towns are working hard at delivering budgets that are reflective of the needs of their community and respecting the burden that is taken on by taxpayers already. To set forth a third budget option that is just an arbitrary figure, and thinking about the cumulative damage of that is beyond comprehension. Residents will see a degradation in services and quality of care, as the missing money has to come from somewhere. Municipalities are strictly service-based. They're strictly there to provide services. They don't make money. Towns cannot decide to carry a different product to reduce their costs. They can't decide to outsource production overseas. The only way to make arbitrary cuts that are not suggested by your elected officials or your town officials is to reduce services that our residents depend on. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Grund is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Piggybacking on Representative Colby, I believe default budget calculations need to be worked on. Yes, I do. But this is not the way to present a default budget to the public. it's not based on facts. It's not based on actual information. It's going back to asking people to vote on a tax rate impact and not assess the programs themselves. Part of the critical thinking skills we teach in schools are to understand the source and the motivation. Many towns and schools are doing a thorough job educating residents through meetings that include public comments, public hearings, deliberative sessions, documentation that's mailed to voters, and holding extra meetings as needed on important topics such as bonds. School districts and town leaders are not hiding information, and we need to get back to open discussions and trust in our towns and school leaders. I am against this amendment and the forward motion. Thank you.
Representative Stavis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, actually, on the amendment, and it's line 18 and 19, where it says only votes in the affirmative or negative shall be included in the calculation. What other kind of votes are there?
Further comments? Representative Karazinski?
If I could offer a potential answer to that question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if people come in and register to vote and don't vote, you could have 1,500 people in attendance, and if 500 vote for and 800 vote against, that's how you figure your 3/5 calculation. You wouldn't include the 200 people that are also there not voting. I believe that's what that's trying to answer. Thank you.
But there is no language in the bill that says that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0795H. If you're in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you are not in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Amendment 2025-0795H is accepted with a vote of 10-8. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Representative Karazinski is recognized.
thank you. I'll make a motion ought to pass with amendment.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I will second that.
Representative thank you. Is Representative Karazinski, would you like to speak to your motion?
I'll defer to the prime sponsor or chair. Or I'm sorry, the sponsor of the amendment.
So House Bill 613, this is enabling legislation for SB2 towns and school districts that allows for an option to put forward a reduced default budget by a fixed percentage that is specified when this provision is approved. There are issues, as another representative had stated, with regards to default budgets, and this bill is legislation that seeks to address the problems and the deficiencies with default budgets. So what that means is if the proposed budget does not pass in an SB2 town or school district, that of course there's the default budget, but if this is enabling legislation is passed, that it allows for, like I said, the reduced default budget. And what this bill seeks to do is to prevent the biggest problem with default budgets is monotonically increasing default budgets. So I support this bill, and it's an important bill to remedy the issues in SB2. Further discussion? Representative Gilman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that this is enabling legislation, but I do wonder about line 20 that says the question shall not be amended by the legislative body. And I am curious how it is that we go to a public town meeting but aren't allowed to vote on something different than what is presented.
Further discussion? Representative Majori?
And it was a question that was asked before. I guess I'm asking it again, but won't look for an answer. This could happen every single year. That seems dangerous. Thanks.
Further comments or discussion? Representative Grund?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So one of the reasons default budgets are so close to budgets is because we try not to add that much extra unless there's a need. That's why many times you see extra special warrant articles, because you don't necessarily put in your budget, but you ask the town, do you want to do this as a separate issue? If you go to a percentage, there are contractual obligations and things that need to be met, like special education, that if you start cutting it by 8%, 10%, yeah, you're going to start impacting your education. And I would certainly hope that town people, voters that are showing up, have educated themselves on the budgets, have shown up. This is just another way to just attack schools.
Representative Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I have enormous amount of respect for the combined expertise and experience of all of the legislators on this committee. They all hold they have local responsibilities. Many of them hold local offices. And I simply cannot support bill after bill after bill that seeks to subvert and cripple the way locally elected officials can or cannot do their jobs. And I wonder why, given the very proud history that this legislature has put into place, a very fine level of balance between legislative authority and local control, always deferring to on the side of local control, that all of a sudden we need to pass a raft of bills that tie the hands of locally elected officials and confuse their constituents. I don't understand it. And I can't support it.
Further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 613. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 613 is ought to pass with amendment. That will go on to the regular calendar. And I will volunteer to write the report, and that would be the majority report. And the minority report looks like it will be written by Representative Majori. Oh. Oh. Oh my. Okay. Representative Gilman will write the minority report. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 613 is now closed. Maybe we need to take an early lunch. The chair will now open the executive session on House Bill 475 local relative to the reductions from the default budget for the official ballot town meetings.
Madam Chair,
Representative Dolan is recognized.
to propose an amendment to this bill, amendment number 2025-06008.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Franz seconds that. Is Representative Dolan, would you like to speak to your motion?
I have no further comments on the amendment.
Any other comments or discussion? Okay. Okay, which arm do I see? Representative Gilman's arm I see, so she shall be recognized.
Bill, oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm afraid that I was out at the time that this bill was amended, so I haven't seen it, and I do not feel able to make a qualified decision.
Thank you. Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The ability of an effective governing body to manage the prudent affairs of their community depends on their capacity to be responsive to the unique quality and life and culture within their community. When local officials make decisions, they are carrying out the policy values set forth by the majority of residents. The policy values set by the majority give the governing body purpose and direction. This is yet another in a raft of bad bills that, if passed, undermine the prudent management of local affairs, thwart the will of the majority, increase the influence of special interest groups in local government, and create barriers to repealing errors and harmful rules and actions. I am opposed to the amendment and the underlying bill. Thank you.
Further comments or discussion? Representative Elward is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I believe that when someone delivers a statement with authority, that they should preface it with, in my personal opinion.
Further comments? I'd like to make a comment. So this portion of the executive session is to comment with regards to the matters before us, and that would be legislation. With regards to an amendment or a bill, I would kindly ask that members focus on that issue as legislators and refrain from commentary with regards to how somebody's offering discussion or comments with regards to the work that we're doing here, that is legislation. Representative Stavis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my opinion, this legislature has historically upheld a balance between what it dictates to cities and towns and what it leaves to local control. And that balance has always erred on the side of local control. And why we are today, over the course of a few hours and over the course of 5 or 6 bills, erasing that history, I simply have no idea, and I cannot support any of it.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0600H. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, then you will vote yes. If you're opposed to accepting the amendment, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Amendment 2025-0600H to House Bill 475 is accepted with a vote of 10-8. Do I have a further motion?
I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass with amendment for HB 475L.
Representative Franz moves ought to pass with amendment. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Representative Bajelabrick seconds that. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Farms?
Not at this time, thank you.
Is there further discussion or comments? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my humble opinion, we should not be creating legislation based on the assumption that unused money budgeted for positions is being used recklessly. It is more likely that this money is being utilized to offset overtime lines or contracted services. HB 475, even as amended, seems to be born from baseless accusations of fraud and abuse of public funds by municipalities and school districts. This bill asks municipalities and school districts both to look into crystal balls and see the future. No one can really predict when a police officer, a firefighter, or a special education teacher will apply for or be granted employment. Nor can school districts predict when a child with unique needs may move into their district. Public schools are legally required to provide services to these children regardless of their approved budgets. And in some cases, this involves hiring experienced personnel at the drop of a hat.
Further comments? Representative Grund is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And outside of the headcount issues that were just discussed, if we're going to work on default budgets, we need to consider those things that are required by law, like transportation. Transportation is required by law for K through 8. Let's include that in there. Utility increases. We've all seen enormous utility increases. We're not allowed to include those in here. We had an $80,000 increase this year, and if we're in our default budget, we got to go find that money. So if we're going to work on default budget, let's do it correctly. And please, again, what Representative Colby said is let's put some trust in the people that were elected, that they are working hard. There are ways and means committees, finance committees, budget committees, whatever your town or municipality calls it. And there are open discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Elward.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm really jealous of representatives who live in what I call civilized towns. To give you an example of lack of transparency, in one of my district towns, they're trying to pass a $3.2 million bond based on a single sheet of paper that was mailed to voters. And despite exposing the fact that no estimated cost breakdown has been publicized or created, I'm sorry, but there are towns that want to hide what they're doing and do not disclose to the citizens what they need to disclose.
Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully, Representative, that's what municipal elections should be doing. And if that is not the case, then I would think that that is the electorate still speaking to what they would like.
Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly object, in my opinion, to the question just put forward by Representative Aylward. It has nothing to do with the bill at hand. It has everything to do with a personal grievance against one town. That is not what we are here to do. That is not what voters sent us here to do.
Further comments? Representative Grund.
Thank you again, Madam Chairwoman. So in my opinion, boards, school boards, town boards, all have public meetings. Bonds require public hearings. There's separate public hearings before deliberative sessions. All that information has to be produced for a public hearing that includes all of that as a discussion. So again, I do agree. It should not be a grievance against one town. I mean, that's just the law that has to happen. So I don't understand what's not being followed. Thank you.
Further comments or discussion? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to add on to Representative Davis and Grund's comments and say that it is not fair to change the law for the entire state for a problem that has to be solved locally.
Further comments? Representative Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my colleague, Representative Gilman, for reminding me, in our opinion, and it has been the opinion of this committee for as many years as I have had the privilege of serving on it, that we do not make state law that only applies to individual towns or certain municipalities. That is not what voters sent us here to do, and it is not what we should be doing.
Further comments? Representative Elward is recognized.
Yes, I just want to state for the record that I use that as an example and that I have heard from numerous townspeople of what I can only call shenanigans to keep the people oppressed. And so, again, I just use that as a single example.
Further comments? I'd like to make one comment. The bill as amended absolutely upholds and maintains that any obligations required by law are supported in the default budget. And secondly, I would like to state that I do agree with Representative Davis that it is completely inappropriate to be passing legislation that pertains to a single individual or a single situation. That being said, this bill before us pertains to default budgets under SB2, the official ballot referendum form of town meetings. And to be clear, there are numerous towns and school districts with SB2, and therefore this legislation before us pertains to legislation that is currently on the books in the state, and moreover, it pertains to many towns and school districts with SB2. Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Online, 13 support, 184 opposed. I'm not hearing a need for a statewide mandate.
Further comments? I would have a further comment. I support this bill with amendment because this bill closes numerous loopholes and it addresses the deficiencies and problems with the default budget. And the purpose of a default budget as compared to the proposed budget, a default budget is supposed to be a more bare bones basic budget. So for those reasons, I support this bill with amendment. Further comments? No. Seeing none, the motion before us is to pass with amendment on House Bill 475 local. If you are in favor of that motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to that motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No, thank you.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 475 local is ought to pass with amendment. That will go on the regular calendar. And I will volunteer to write the majority report. Who would like to author the minority report? Representative Colby, thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 475 local. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on how. Okay, I shouldn't look to my left when I'm trying to open the executive session. Rewind. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 228 local relative to petitioned articles at an annual or special town meeting.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes, Representative Elward is recognized.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move Amendment 2025-0800H.
To House Bill 228 local. Is there
Yes,
a
yes.
yes? Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Representative McDonald seconds that. Representative Elwood, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would like to defer items 1 through 4 to the prime sponsor of the bill. And I would like to speak to items 5 and 6 afterwards.
Could you just this, thank you, Representative. So the amendment before us is an amendment which addresses the issues that were raised by Representative Elwood during the hearing. And the focus, so could you speak to your amendment and the issue that you brought up during the hearing and how you addressed it with the amendment?
Okay, regarding item 5, under the planning and zoning title, this Roman 1, this adds the language, the petition on line 36, starting the petition shall identify one of the petitioners as a primary petitioner. So we've invented the word or the term primary petitioner that goes on through Roman 2, whereas the planning board chairman shall give the primary petitioner the opportunity to introduce the petitioned amendment at a public hearing, and that the primary petitioner shall be given 10 minutes for this introduction. And that the primary petitioner may designate any other of the petitioners as a primary petitioner. It also makes the primary petitioner responsible for the cost of notice by mail of the hearing for their petitioned amendment. I think that covers it.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm hoping to get some clarification. Throughout the rest of this, on all petition warrant articles, it gives the length of time is, I can't find exactly, but the longest length of, if any other article is being presented, it gives them the same length of time as the longest. But yet for zoning, it's only 10 minutes. Why are we making a differentiation rather than saying 10 minutes throughout the whole thing?
I did not write the language for items 1 through 4, the amended language for items 1 through 4. And so a minimum of 10 minutes seems reasonable as opposed to 3 minutes that, you know, some people seem to think is adequate for introducing an amendment.
Can I just have a quick follow-up?
You could, yes.
The clarification I'm looking for is for a petition warrant article, in other instances, they're given a long length of time, potentially. But the zoning's only 10 minutes. So yes, I agree with you. 3 minutes is not enough. I get the 10, but we're differentiating a different amount of time for each group. And I'm just wondering, should it be the same for each category?
I'll respond to your inquiries with regards to the amendment. The section that we're looking at here right now has to do with a hearing, which is very different than an annual meeting, and therefore the structure and what occurs is different. So that is why the 10 minutes. At least 10 minutes. It doesn't mean that the individual needs to utilize the 10 minutes. So that's why that's different than the bill as referred to the committee. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept amendment 2025-00 0800H. If you're in favor of accepting the amendment, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to accepting the amendment, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
I vote no. I'm going to vote no, thank you.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
No.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
the clerk votes no. Representative Franz,
No.
Representative Karasinski,
No.
Representative Murphy,
No.
Representative Walker,
No.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair.
No. Amendment 2025-0800H fails with a vote of 2 to, what was it? 2 to 16. Do I have another motion? Representative Stavis is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move ought to pass on HB 228.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Representative Majori seconds that. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This committee has a proud tradition of upholding bills that advocate for members of the public to speak freely at public meetings, and this bill adds to that ability.
Further comments? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I do support this bill for a little bit of a different reason. In my 3 years on the Budget Committee and 15 years on the Select Board, I've seen a lot of people present petition warrant articles and then no one speak to them. I don't expect everyone to be in order when they get up there or be comfortable with public speaking. I don't expect that at all. But I do expect somebody to speak to the article and not just default to a petition warrant article goes on the ballot. So for those reasons, or for that reason, I support this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion or comments? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. My community already does this, and it's very simple. The application for a petitioned warrant are public documents, and we present them with our budget, with our warrant, our voting warrant. And so those names are on a public list, and if someone wants to know why they went ahead and signed that list, they can get that clarified at the default meeting.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 228 local. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18 to 0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 228 local will be ought to pass. And without objection, that will go on the House consent calendar. And who will write the majority report? Oh, Representative Majori, thank you. Was that the right arm or no? I'm sorry. Maybe that arm can write the report for Representative Majori, okay. Okay, Representative Gilman will write the committee report, correct? Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 228 local. We're just chatting here about lunch. We're going back and forth. Do we take lunch or do we do one more bill? So I think we'd like to do one more, one more bill. So with that, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 168 relative to including municipal public works facilities as eligible capital facilities for the assessment of impact fees. Do I have a motion? Representative Majori is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move ought to pass on House Bill 168.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Grund seconds.
I will second.
Oh, thank you. Representative Majori, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, well, given that I'm a co-sponsor on this, there was a time where I thought this was a great bill that continues through today, and I do think that it makes perfect sense to include public works facilities for impact fees. And I think of my own community where that public works facility is on a town border and is going to be renovated and sits on a considerable piece of land. I think considering impact fees is very logical. So for that reason, I support the bill. Thank you.
Further comments or discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 168. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 168 is ought to pass, and that will go on the House consent calendar without objection. And Representative Majori, would you like to write the report? Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 168. So at this time, I think the committee would very much like to take lunch. So we will reconvene at 1 o'clock to continue executive sessions on the remaining bills. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go. Everybody.
Good afternoon. The Municipal and County Government Committee has finished their lunch, and we will continue with executive sessions on the remaining bills that we have publicly noticed. So at this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 124, enabling a city or town forest committee to offer surplus money to the town for deposit in the city or town general fund. Do I have a motion? Representative Franz is recognized for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to accept the amendment number 2025-0233H, amending HB 124.
Thank you. Is there a second? Representative Dolan seconds that. Representative Franz, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think this amendment is just very simple. It's taking, it gives the town the opportunity to take money that they've appropriated to a conservation commission or a forestry committee. It can be offered, if there's a surplus in the account at the end of a period, it can be offered back to the town to accept and put into their unreserved fund balance, which is a lot better than going into a general fund for sure. And it's totally optional, so I think it's a good amendment.
Is there any discussion or comments on this? Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And I do believe, I like where this is trying to go, and I want to get there. My question is, on line 14, we say a conservation committee. And I believe that needs to say conservation commission. I don't think there's anything as a conservation committee. So it's actually a question, a general question. Is that something that if we accept the amendment can be changed administratively, or would there need to be an amendment if that is true, that it needs to be commission rather than committee?
Thank you, Representative Majori. When you ask if it can, well, first of all, we know that this was drafted by OLS, so it appears to be that that is an oversight in the wording. So as to the ability to simply make that change between now and when it goes to the House floor, I am not clear on that.
Could it be
You
a
know,
form?
here in the House, the other chamber has the ability through their House rules to do what you're exactly what you're asking. I am unaware of the ability in the House to do that. I've maybe something that's like latent, hidden that I don't know about, but I've never seen it. But what I would like to offer or suggest is that if this bill were to go forward and were to go over to the other chamber, it certainly could be amended over there, and it should be.
Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Colby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the presentation, I'm still confused as to why they would be unable, they being a town forest committee, would be unable to do this because it seems like the statute already reads that they should be able to. And if for some reason a personal, or not a personal, but in the case of the town of Errol, which we heard about, generally this is done with contacting town council, maybe reaching out to NHMA, creating a warrant article that dissolves their current fund, appropriating the money into the general fund or unexpended fund balance, and then reestablishing a new process that better suits their needs. I feel like there's already a mechanism available, and I could be mistaken, but I can see nothing in the current statute that would prevent them from doing this. And then I just have concerns that it doesn't set out any mechanics as to how the forestry committee would officially decide to offer the surplus. There's no official vote that's taken. It's just an arbitrary offer. And then I would ask that people do keep in mind that even if the governing body is allocated these funds, they are not obligated to use this offered surplus through this particular bill to offset property taxes with the money. So there's no obligation by the governing body to do that within the bill. Thanks.
Representative Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to the concerns that were just raised, I am looking at the RSA that this bill seeks to amend, which is RSA 31:113. Oh, wait, pardon, I may have to rescind that. Sorry,
Further,
looking at the wrong.
okay. Further comments? Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, again. I'm not sure if it would be appropriate or inappropriate or even accepted, but I was speaking with the prime sponsor of the bill and the prime sponsor of the amendment. And at lunch, and if I understood him correctly, and I would be wondering of the chair if it would be okay for him to speak, but that council said they need this language in order to do what they want to do, because they went down all the avenues that they tried to, and they were told you can't unless you have this language, even though it seems like they can. And I don't know, I don't know that I'm quoting the sponsor correctly. So like I said, I don't know if it would be permissible to have the sponsor respond to that.
Thank you, Representative. Normally, individuals don't provide input at executive sessions, but due to the fact that there's some confusion with regards to this amendment, and I do see the prime sponsor here, I will permit the prime sponsor to respond to your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Davis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Majori for allowing me to, asking me to speak here. I honestly, it's above my pay grade to know why this can't be done. Simply, I read it the same way you do. In the town, I believe that was a clerical error as well from OLS, not putting commission. I overlooked that as well. But talking with the Forestry Committee in Errol, they've tried several times, all these different avenues. DRA tells them if, they put in their request and they give them the ability to yes or no, you can spend it for that. The three things their forest is set up for: buying more land, which they have 8,500 acres, they're not interested in buying more. Maintaining their land, and they do that. They do that at a very high level. And the other one, they could spend it in the town as long as it has something to do with helping their forest. Like one year they bought a fire truck for the town. Now, they do timber harvest annually, and that money's accumulating, and they have no place to spend it. And the intent of this from the beginning was, once they got to this point, they would like to use some of that money for tax relief. They need to keep certain amount in their account to maintain their forest, or if something comes up like that. But any surplus, this would allow either that Conservation Commission or the Forestry Committee to, if they deem there is a surplus, they can offer it to the Select Board to put in a warrant article that the legislative body, which would be the town at a town meeting, would vote to put that into the into this fund that they could spend the money on. So, and it would create tax relief. So there's checks and balances all the way through. I don't know all the procedures either. I can check with the clerk, but if that committee could be changed to Community Commission, Conservation Commission, in the Senate, I would be all over that. But other than that, I've been to DRA myself. Myself reading that, I said, well, it looks like you're able to do it. It looks like you could spend the money any way you want, but it doesn't. I see it different than the attorneys. And so I asked, his name's Adam Denoncourt at DRA, what would I need to make this work for this town? And he said, well, you'd need some kind of language like this. And then I worked with the chair to tweak it a little bit, and this is what we came up with. What the problem's going to be is you'll have, some towns are set up differently. Like the town that I live in, don't ask me why. I'm not I cut wood myself, so I'm not a college educated or anything like that. But I do not know why they can't do it. When I read the RSA, it looks like, sure, that's acceptable. But they told me, no, the language has to be changed so that it gives them the ability to do it.
Thank you, Representative Davis. You addressed Representative Majority's question. This is not a hearing. This isn't, no, not you. It's for these people over here. This is not a hearing. It's an executive session. So the Representative Davis will not take further questions. I'm assuming that you here have comments with regards to the bill, correct? So the chair will recognize Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is an unapproved amendment, why can't we change the one word from committee to commission, since it's unapproved already? Just a question,
So Representative Murphy, that is not how things work here in the House. We request drafts ahead of the executive session. OLS drafts an amendment and it's unapproved language. There is no time right now to change that. Representative Davis, would you agree with this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have been in exec sessions where someone has ferried an amendment to OLS and requested a change.
So
So I respectfully, I've had the experience where an emergency change has been made, but I'm not saying that's appropriate in this case. I'm just saying I have had that experience.
So with respect to the ranking member, I completely agree with that, and I did not want to make an executive decision that we would do exactly what you had just outlined without discussion. So I would be fine with that if that would satisfy the concerns with regards to the amendment. We could certainly do that. Representative Davis?
Sorry, you opened the door. But if we did do that, then I would request in line 17 that the word shall be changed to may. The governing body should not be required to accept the surplus. If this truly is enabling, that should be
Okay.
may.
So if we look at the amendment on line 15, it says, with regards to the surface, the committee may offer the surplus. It's not saying the committee shall offer the surplus. And I think
I was referring to
no,
line 17.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
And so with regards to, I think Representative Colby had asked a question with regards to the procedure. So lines 16 and 17 says that the legislative body shall vote. And to me, that clearly implies that the offer of monies will be on a warrant article. And therefore that it's to be voted upon by the legislative body in order to accept the surplus funds. Yes. So I hope that I hope that clarifies things for you. Representative Colby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was more in how these separate committees are making that determination. If you go into a committee meeting and how many are saying, yes, let's send the surplus, and how are they approving that? Are they taking a vote in official meeting minutes? And then, of course, down the line, the legislative body would either accept or not.
Representative Colby, my response would be yes to all of your statements. That would be the procedure. That's the normal operating procedure for any committee. Further comments? Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, why, on the amendment, why we changed from the general fund to the unreserved fund balance? Why is it going in there?
It was changed to unreserved fund balance because if the money was put into the general fund, then that money could be used for just about anything. It would be extra money that was available, and it wasn't part of the it wasn't specifically part of the process. And if it went into the unreserved fund balance, that it would more specifically go back to as a revenue and to defer taxes. Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it went to the general fund, then it could be reallocated by any town manager, town administrator, or whatever. If it goes to the unreserved fund balance, it has to be done by the governing body, not just the administrator or manager. So I think that's you split the hairs, that's the difference.
Further comments?
If I could answer Tom's comments, I agree. Just, to me, it didn't make any difference where the surplus went, that's all.
Further discussion?
I was just looking at 31 to see if there was language that we could use.
For at least a year.
But I think it would be appropriate for the sponsor to talk with us about these three concerns: the name of the committee, the Conservation Commission,
As determined by,
and
no, the governing body.
the mechanism by which each group, Forestry Committee or Conservation Commission, votes to move the money.
Which I don't know that they object to that. I don't know.
I'm not sure either, but as I'm trying to dig into my memory banks, I think in the past we have, what you said, suspended the session, moved to the next bill. I think it's
No.
it's on the Prime's shoulders.
Because
to get this done.
it can't go into current use,
And if you can get it done by the end of the day,
right?
you can go to that. you want me to ask the clerk while you're doing that? Which the funds are, you know, who is it on the committee that authorizes this transfer of funds? I think that's the gist.
Do any of you have a forestry?
There's got to be some boilerplate wording.
So you don't have one. Do you have one? You live in the woods. You live in the woods. You live in Keene. They cut
And I
everything
can
down
send
for
a quick
school.
text
You live in a
call
city. You got a railroad station.
and just say,
Stephanie's in.
yeah, do you want me to do that?
Do you have a forestry fund?
Well, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's take a break.
Doesn't ring a bell to me either. We're just trying to figure out if it's a revolving fund.
So at this time, we're sorting out a few details. So is there a motion to withdraw a motion to accept the amendment?
I'll make that motion.
Representative McDonald motions to withdraw the motion to accept the amendment. Is there a second? Representative Germana seconds that. So if you're in favor of withdrawing the current motion so that we could address the issues that just came up, you'll vote yes. If you're opposed to that, you'll vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk says yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
excuse me, Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion to withdraw the amendment passes with a vote of 18-0.
Why don't we just move on to the next bill and then? Yeah, where is? So I think
So what we're going to do right now is we are going to recess the executive session on House Bill 124, and we will take it up before the end of our business here today. Yes, and at this point, we are going to take a 5-minute break. In the executive session on House Bill 501 FN relative to allowing towns to decline 5G towers.
Madam Chair, I have a motion.
Vice Chairman McDonald is recognized for a motion.
My motion is to ITL this particular bill.
Is there a second?
Second?
Representative Dolan seconds. Vice Chairman McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This would ban 5G towers, expansion of 5G in our local communities. I think we all can recognize the importance of having moving forward with 5G as concerned to individuals, businesses, industry, and the improvement of our telecommunications. We'll see a reduced time it takes for our messages to travel across the internet. We'll have a better bandwidth, increased speed, and improved coverage throughout our state. That's why I'm requesting an ITL in this bill, which would allow the communities to ban this technology. Thank you.
Further comments, discussion? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We've seen a lot of bills, or we have a lot of bills that require empirical evidence. I know even in my own community, we see warrant articles that require or ask for empirical evidence. I found that the testimony from Andrew Thatcher provided the kind of empirical evidence that allows me to support the ITL motion. He was very thorough, and his written testimony was compelling. Thank you.
Further comments? So one of the concerns that I have with regards to this bill as written is that it repeals in its entirety Chapter 12K entitled Deployment of Personal Wireless Service Facilities, and then it reenacts that entire section with the provisions of the bill. That's a concern because it removes or repeals the goals and the purposes, the definitions, wireless provisions for wireless carriers doing business in the state, payments of costs, fall zones, regional notification, application review, and limitations on applications. So to me, that's a big concern. And additionally, a further concern is that the state needs to follow the Telecommunications Act of 1996. So I'm not really sure what exactly this bill would be accomplishing. So for those reasons, I support ITL. Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a, there's one aspect of these towers that's really non-technical that I'd like to speak to, and that is that many fire and police entities piggyback on these 5 towers because there's so many dead spots in rural areas that we need the height of these towers in order to further the emergency communications that happen between the fire and police. So it's not a 5G issue, but it's a communication issue to help a first responder. So in that regard, I think we ought to try to help them through the use of these towers and piggybacking on these towers. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is not really a technical comment, but it's kind of an intent comment, where the bill title is Municipal Control of 5G Towers, but really, when you read the bill, all it does is give municipalities the authority to deny them. There's nothing in the bill that says they have the authority to allow them. So it seems a little bit unbalanced in what it's trying to do. maybe it's just assuming a given conclusion that voters may not agree with.
Further discussion, comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 501 FN. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you oppose the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Aylward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 501 FN is inexpedient to legislate. And that can and will go on the House consent calendar because despite the FN, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. And the majority report will be written by
I'll do that.
Representative McDonald. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 501 FN is now closed. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 471, establishing a commission to study issues related to growth, traffic, and planning of land use for certain towns. Do I have a motion? The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move ITL on HB 471.
The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Representative Gilman seconds the motion. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, just a few words. What this bill attempts to do can already be done by regional planning commissions. And also, so it's duplicative and it will cost the state money. In other words, it will cost taxpayers money. And it only applies to a certain grouping of towns and leaves at least one town in that corridor out for unknown reasons. So I believe that it is a badly written bill and not a necessary bill. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Dolan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition, I believe we have too many expensive, duplicative commissions and committees in the state, and this would unfortunately add to that. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Gilman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another bill, it does carve out those towns. The surrounding ones are, have some commonalities, but it's a specialty, and there were no specialty or experts that were here to comment or were here, they didn't know about it and they didn't have anything to add to this bill. So for that reason, that there was no expertise represented, that this is a donut of a Rockingham, a planning commission, which does help communities with grants and assistance with the writing zoning ordinance and transportation plans, et cetera. For those purposes, I have to vote ITL on this one.
Further comments or discussion? I have a few comments. So my understanding of this bill is that it would create an overlay commission to look at the issues that were outlined in the bill. So I do concur with the comments that have been made thus far, but I would like to point out that in the bill, on line 3, it says the commission shall study solutions for growth, traffic, and planning. So to me, that implies, for example, a traffic study. And the question would be, where are we getting the money to conduct that traffic study? And when I look at the bill, there's no fiscal note. So that's seems to me very curious. I don't know if it was an oversight. I don't know. I just don't know how that would be funded. And furthermore, it's my understanding with regards to regional planning commissions that in fact the directors of the commissions do meet. So the question that I would have is why can't these issues be discussed and sorted out at that level? So to me, therefore, what this bill is seeking to do can already be done without standing up through without setting up or standing up a statutory commission. And additionally, the concern would be with regards to these commissions, it's already difficult to get people to volunteer and to participate in commissions. And for all those reasons, I feel this bill is unnecessary. It has problems, and I support the ITL. Further comments? Seeing none, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what you've said, and I just want to recognize that some counties are doing this. They're collaborating on traffic studies and what are the other ones? Traffic studies and planning and land use, and working with the communities that lie within their region to answer those questions regionally, so not each one town is not coming up with a solution that conflicts with the next town. So what you said about the commissioners all getting together to talk about these things is what should be happening and is not happening in this bill.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 471. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes?
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 471 is inexpedient to legislate. Without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar, and the report will be written by Representative Stavis. Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 471. The chair now opens the executive session on House Bill 373 local relative to the management and regulation of town real property. Do I have a motion? Representative Murphy is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion for an amendment, 2025-836H for House Bill 373 local.
Is there a second? Representative Karazinski seconds that. Representative Murphy, would you like to speak to your motion?
Basically, this will allow large projects to occur, and they can have more than just a 5-year lease. They can go up to a 99-year lease.
Further comments? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In testimony, we received 12 examples printed out. 10 of them were revenue generating leases, with more than half of them potentially generating millions over the course of their agreements. Municipalities and school districts are currently desperate to overcome increasing costs of providing services. It is irresponsible to present legislation that would handcuff efforts to decrease property tax burdens in any way. A simple majority in this case should be a majority. We should not be advocating for further restrictions when it comes to initiatives that generate revenue or otherwise reduce the operating costs and allowing municipalities the ability to lower our property taxes.
Further comments? Representative Grunt.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Representative Colby pretty much said what I was going to say, but when towns and school districts are looking for revenue sources, we shouldn't necessarily make it more difficult. Are there a few examples in here that probably are cutting it close? Yes. But it's what's presented to the voters to vote, and it's their voters spoke at the time. So we need to not make it harder to reduce taxes at this time. And I want to thank Representative Colby for everything she added. Thank you.
Further comments? So I have a few comments. This amendment comes forward today because during the bill hearing, I listened to the feedback from the committee. So in the spirit of listening and compromise, I present this amendment to you today on this bill. So with regards to the 3/5 for entering into a lease of greater than 5 years, I felt that was important because of the length of the term. I feel that it's when you're committing unused municipal property for that length of time, that there should be a higher majority than just the simple majority. So that's the reason for that. Further comments? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank you for listening to the comments and putting forward an amendment in an attempt to to reach a compromise position, but I will never compromise on what constitutes the will of the voters, and what constitutes the will of the voters is a simple majority. We have very, very stringent rules and regulations about when we must have a 2/3 majority in this House, and we ought not to be imposing what we believe to be reasonable numbers, percentages of majorities on voters who elect public officials to do that. It's an unwarranted intrusion of state power into local control.
Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe a clarification, but is this bill retroactive, or current leases that are in place grandfathered in?
My understanding is that no, it's not.
Okay. I think that's,
Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm going to argue a little bit of a different side here. If we're going to require this kind of action so that there is the greatest amount of input from the legislative body, I'm actually opposed to this because it says may and not shall. Now, I don't support the bill. I don't support the amendment. But if you're going to have it, drop the hammer and say, if you're going to do this for more than 5 years, you must go to the legislative body and you must get approval from them. If you say may, well, I'm not on the select board anymore after tomorrow, but I would just say, no thanks. I may, some towns, and we hear about towns that may not be as above board as other towns. We've heard that today. They might just say, no, we're not going to do it. I find that remarkable, but it says may, so I just think that's a problem. Thank you.
If you continue to read the section, the may has to do with the intent of the amendment was that it was a 3/5 majority threshold. OLS drafted this. And I would further say that if a project is a good idea and it's bringing in revenue through the lease, then there should be no issue with getting the 3/5 majority for the sake of it's beneficial. So I'm not concerned with that. The piece that I'm concerned with is the property that's being leased, the fact that it could potentially be committed for a long period of time. So therefore, I feel that a simple majority is not the appropriate vote threshold to approve such a matter. Further questions, or I didn't mean questions, comments, or discussion? Representative Majori?
Thank you. So in line 14, if the proposed lease is more than 5 years, then the legislative body may vote. Well, yeah, I assume that they will vote, but this doesn't say that the select board or the governing body shall put a warrant article on for them to vote. And that's my concern, that the language is ambiguous such that you're going to have to go to council and say, does this mean I have to put a ballot measure on, or I don't have to put a ballot measure on? I know exactly where you want to go and what you want to do. And quite frankly, I think that if you're going to bind future select boards, that you should have to have a vote. I just think that this language leaves it open that it may not accomplish what you're looking to accomplish. Thank you.
Madam Chairperson, I'd like to request a caucus.
Yes, I will allow a caucus for how long?
10 minutes.
Okay, so we will come back at quarter past, I can't see my watch. Is it 1? No, 2.
2.
I didn't change my watch. Okay. the amendment to 2025-0836H to House Bill 373 local. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0836H to House Bill 373 local. If you're in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you're are opposed to the amendment, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frogt,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grunt.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Amendment 2025-0836 is accepted with a vote of 10 to 8. Is there a further motion on the bill? Representative Karasinski?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to pass with the amendment.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
Representative Murphy seconds the motion. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Karasinski? Okay. Any further comments, Representative Majori?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think the original bill, unamended, got to the point. It says the town meeting shall by a vote. And it gave clear direction what you must do. I think this bill with the amendment just became much weaker and is going to open up for legal issues in towns, which is only going to drive up costs for towns. So I'm opposed to the bill. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Colby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo Mr. Maggiori's representative's comments, and I'm also concerned about Representative Grun's comments in that there is no grandfather clause. Thank you.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment to House Bill 373 local. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frogt,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund.
No.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 373 local is ought to pass with amendment, and that will go on the regular calendar. And the committee report will be written by volunteers. I guess I will volunteer myself. Yeah, I'm writing a note. And the minority report will be written by Representative Grund. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 373 local is now closed. At this time, the chair opens the executive session on House Bill 413 relative to subdivision regulations on the completion of improvements and the regulation of building permits.
Madam Chair,
Vice Chairman McDonald is recognized.
thank you. I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass on HB 413.
Is there a second? Representative Murphy is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that.
Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I'll just take a minute to refresh everyone's memory. What this does, it extends the existing 5-year exemption for subdivision plans to 7 years and increases preliminary step from 2 years to 3 years. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Walker is recognized.
Yeah, I believe this came out of the Housing Committee for, to help improve the situation, so it's a very good thing.
Further comments? Representative Majori.
I'm opposed to this bill for several reasons, but the one that sticks out the most on page 2, lines 13 and 14, you've made a retroactive law. And those, per our Constitution, should be avoided. Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also am opposed to this bill because it further erodes local control, something that we've seen a lot of today in this executive session. In my community in Lebanon, there is a development that has been halted for 15 years. 15. They have asked for extension after extension. The last one we refused. They went to court. They won. That they are now going to be putting up buildings that were planned and approved 15 years ago. Should this law pass, any kind of code updates that have happened in those subsequent years will be non-consequential, which I think is a threat to life safety. And that is one of the many reasons I oppose this bill.
Further comments? Representative Grund.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. There was another piece that had been brought forward during testimony that made me think and wonder, would this, because it makes things retroactive, if there's any legal cases that were closed, could this potentially open them up as well? And I think that's a serious concern.
Further comments? Representative Majori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to apologize to you. I said when I made my comment that you did this. That's not fair. I didn't mean you specifically. I meant the general, and I apologize to you and the rest of the committee that I did not want to assign that. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Representative Majori. I missed that comment. I did not even hear that.
Move
but
to
now
strike.
I do. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 413. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Davis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frocht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana.
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grunt,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 11 to 7. The committee recommendation on House Bill 413 is ought to pass. And the majority report will be written by,
I'll do that.
thank you, Vice Chairman McDonald, and the minority report will be written by Representative Majori. Thank you. And that will be on the regular calendar, if I didn't say that. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 413 is now closed. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 229 local, repealing the alternative procedure for the adoption of zoning ordinances. Do I have a motion? Representative Stavis is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move ITL on HB 229 on account of the fact that the sponsor never bothered to show up. And also, it's a bad bill.
Thank you.
I will second that motion.
Representative Colby seconds that, and it appears as though perhaps Representative Stavis has already spoken to her motion. Would you like to add any further comments? No. Any additional comments, discussion? No. Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 229 local. If you are in favor of that motion, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes?
Representative Aylward,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grunt,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18 to 0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 229 local is inexpedient to legislate. And without objection, the recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And the committee report will be written by Representative Davis. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 229 local is now closed. Next, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 372 local relative to lease agreements of equipment for building or facility improvements. Do I have a motion?
I have a motion, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Vice Chairman McDonald.
I recommend OTP, ought to pass.
Is there a second? Representative Karazinski is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'd like to second that.
Representative Karazinski seconds that motion. Representative McDonald, would you like to speak to your motion?
I will pass.
Is there any comments, discussion? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still unclear as to the point of the legislation is trying to make. I see towns and school districts utilizing multiple financial tools to keep buildings and fixtures in working order. Simply claiming misuse of the statute is a matter of opinion. Leasing allows for municipalities to maintain bond ratings for larger projects and at the same time keep up with the cost of maintenance. Also to note is all the lease agreements that were presented, we were presented with as evidence, went through a proper process, through a democratic process, and none of the leases circumvented that democratic process. The majority of voters in their respective communities voted in favor of the projects. A small portion of the electorate is obviously disenchanted with their neighbors' decisions, and I don't believe this committee should be supporting legislation that is created because of a personal grievance.
Further comments? Representative Grund.
So basically, Representative Colby said everything I want to do, I was going to say, so I support her comments. Thank you.
Further comments, discussion? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also just like to reiterate the fact that we discussed at our hearing that this is the redraft of a bill that was sent to the governor's desk in the last session, and it was vetoed by the Republican governor, Chris Sununu, because it was bad for business.
Representative Majori is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And we also have testimony we also have testimony which said that if the bill just had a simple part about except for energy performance contracts, that maybe we could have held our nose and swallowed hard and agreed with this. But that was still left out as a compromise. So I can't support the bill.
Okay, Representative Grund, I was just thinking.
That's okay. The one thing I wanted to point out, also, it was stated during testimony that the state is also doing these sorts of leases with projects.
Further discussion or comments? I have a few. So, I would like to say that indeed this bill passed the House. This is a refiling, the exact language of a bill that passed the House last legislative session on consent calendar out of this committee. It also obviously passed the Senate and went to the governor's desk. And yes, the governor did veto it. And I believe that it was vetoed because the governor did not understand the bill. So a couple of other comments is very clearly that this statute, lease agreements of equipment with escape clauses, is indeed being used improperly. And it is incumbent upon the legislature that when the legislative intent of a bill that became law is being improperly used, that it's incumbent upon the legislature to address that through legislation. And that's exactly what the bill that got vetoed did. And that's exactly what the bill before us does. This bill prevents lease agreements of equipment that becomes fixtures from qualifying under RSA 33(7)(e). Because if equipment becomes a fixture, it's a fixture. It cannot be returned. And it clearly, the list of instances where this particular RSA is being improperly used, it was provided during the hearing. Furthermore, to be clear, this bill before us does not in any way prohibit leases from being done, including energy performance contracts under RSA 21I 19. I have asked repeatedly since the day that the governor vetoed the bill last legislative session, with regards to the piece about the energy performance contracting. It's not clear to me why that was put in by the Senate. Furthermore, I've asked, and even in the recent past after the hearing, what is the purpose of that? I don't understand, because those types of contracts can still be done even if this bill becomes law, and I've yet to have an answer. That's why that clause is not in the bill. I don't understand. It exempted energy performance contracts from the bill for a period of 3 years. Well, what happens after 3 years? If I could get an answer, and I'm willing to take that into consideration. And with regards to personal grievances, I'm not sure what that meant. Clearly, there's numerous examples covering many years across the state. And for those reasons, I'd support the motion of ought to pass. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 372 local. If you are in favor of the motion, then you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chair McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karazinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frock,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
No.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 10 to 8. The committee recommendation on House Bill 372 local is ought to pass. That will go on to the regular calendar. And I will write the majority report, and the minority report will be authored by Representative Germana. Thank you. And with that, the chair closes the executive session on House Bill 372 local. At this time, the chair will open the executive session on House Bill 432 relative to recovery houses. So Representative Dolan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion on House Bill 432 that it's inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Representative Walker seconds the motion. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Dolan?
Yes, thank you. I have 4 elements, basically, of my objection to this legislation. First, let me say that I think goes without saying that there is a tremendous amount of empathy for those people who find themselves in this situation and that need either help with alcohol problems or drug problems or other related problems. And I think that most of us can say that we want to reach out and help them. However, this bill falls far short on a number of issues. Probably the most important is safety. This bill exempts the safety requirements that you would normally think would happen, especially in a recovery situation where people are compromised. We've exempted the fire alarm requirements. There aren't any ADA requirements that would apply for use of toilets, opening and closing doors. Certification of a recovery house is only required after it's been open and in use for a year, and not beforehand. Secondly, the public process associated with a recovery house around local control, which we've heard a lot today about how important that is to maintain local control, but we've stripped away the requirement for a planning board or a zoning board to oversee these requirements. In other words, the local residents, local community is really going to have very little, if any, say as to the siting and implementation of a recovery house. There'll be no site plan review. The community's input on things like parking and so forth are eliminated in this process, in this legislation. Thirdly, volume. It was explained to us, we did have the chair did appoint a subcommittee to look into this matter, and we met for a few hours and took testimony. And it looks like the quantity of recovery houses from the advocates of this situation are estimating that we increase the quantity in the state from currently about 1,300 to 15,000. And that's going to be apply to us to bring that message back to our local communities that hey guys, we're about to increase recovery houses to 15,000 in the state, over a factor of 10. And are those local communities ready for that and willing to accept that, and the implications of what that really means? And lastly, although you can't really consider this input as part of the vote to move forward or not with this, but this bill, as flawed as it is mostly corrected by the contents of a sister bill, and is currently matriculating through the Senate, that I haven't seen, and I can't recommend to you that it's better than or fixes everything, but it's certainly, to me, is an alternative, a much better alternative potentially than what we have in front of us, which I think is terribly flawed and sacrifices the safety and well-being of those desperately needy people that would be using these recovery houses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further comments? Representative Germana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I served on that subcommittee as well. Just to touch on one of those points that the other representative brought up, for that number, 1,300 to 15,000, we're not talking about recovery homes. We're talking about beds that are available.
Right, I agree.
And that's something that we can all see in our own districts that our constituents are calling for, and we need more beds in our communities. And I agree that this is not a perfect bill, which is where I would move that we defeat the ITL and then move to retain afterwards, because there are some problems with this bill that I believe can be fixed through amendments. And in the meantime, while we keep working on ways to find solutions to both this bill and maybe other bills brought up in the future, how many people are left on the streets for years while we wait for maybe a minor detail that we don't agree with that could be amended if we just went back to retain and figured it out there? This is something that could help thousands of granite staters over the years. And while we just slow this down by saying we might need ADA requirements or by throwing some other issues on there that could be either fixed through amendment, or as a homeowner, it's your job to figure out issues when you have a home that doesn't have the right septic or parking. That's a homeowner issue. And it's just a shame that we slow down the process of so many people having a second chance while they're on the streets. They could be either just not sober in the first place or having trouble with that process without these homes being available in large parts of our state, including, I know there's 2 counties in New Hampshire, one of which is Kowalsk, and I'm forgetting the other one off the top of my head, which have no currently open recovery houses. So there's a large need that this body needs to really take seriously in figuring out how we address our housing crisis, the homelessness crisis, as well as the drug epidemic that we're seeing here in New Hampshire. And this bill takes a serious stab at that. So I think at the very least, we should defeat the ITL and move to retain. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I agree with the comments that Representative Germana just made. I also agree with some of the comments that Representative Dolan made. This is far from a perfect bill, but better is often the enemy of good. And I can't think of a better case than this, in which better is the enemy of good. There are fixes we can make to this bill, pretty simple fixes. If we just didn't ITL it and move to retain it and make those fixes, and we could meet the needs of some of the people in our communities who desperately need these places to live.
Further comments? Representative Walker.
All day we've been hearing about local control. Local control. Each one of our bills that we wanted to pass, local control. Here's one where it cuts out local control, shoehorns these things in neighborhoods that might not fit right, might be septic issues, might be parking issues, might be safety issues. God forbid, I wouldn't want this, that one of these places burns up because someone lit a match and the whole place burns up and we kill 15 people because we got too many people in the building. But this bill is highly flawed and highly dangerous as is. And I look forward to the Senate bill coming through. I want to see what that does, because this is a need. I recognize that it's a need, but it needs a lot more work than it is.
Further comments? Representative Germana.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to bring back to the that safety point one more time. With the safety requirement, the only exemption that these houses are given is that they don't need a sprinkler in every room, is effectively what it is. It has to do with the sprinklers. That's the only exemption they get in that case.
Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to speak to Representative Walker's concerns is the goal here is to address concerns with local control. At least that's what I would like to see come out of the ability to retain the bill and work on it further. So to your point, and to the point we have been making all day, is yes, local control is a necessary piece to be added to this bill.
Further comments? Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too was on the subcommittee, and I had voted with the motion of the subcommittee to recommend ITL. However, after further reflection, it appears to me that the best way of moving this very important bill forward would be to retain it in committee and proceed to come out with a good, workable bill that protects the rights and responsibilities of landlords, of operators of the recovery homes, and also allows for the abutting property owners and the townspeople in general
to have a say in the process. So I would vote for retaining this bill in committee, working on it, and coming up with a really good bill.
Further comments? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also was on the committee and served as chair. And one of the concerns I also share with my friend and colleague, Representative Walker, is local control. All day, we've heard from my other colleagues and friends at the end of the table about local control. And I got some really good quotes that I'm taking down because they're really good in case I can use them sometime. And not extending the long arm of government into how municipalities execute their affairs. What's this bill do? Takes this long arm of government and it affects the municipalities. Subvert to cripple locally elected officials can do their jobs. Legislative deferring to local control. And unfortunately, I wish I had Representative Majority's speech because it was excellent, and I think a lot of it that was in his that I want to say is contained in that. Again, all day we've heard local control, local control, local control on many, many other bills. This bill, no, it is. It's taking away local control the way it's written, and we should ITL it. Thank you.
Further comments? I see Representative Grund has a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to repeat what was said before, is that one of the things that probably does need looked at is the piece is about local control. So no one's saying that we are against it in this bill. We're saying we want to look at the bill in its entirety and at the pieces and try and fix the parts that are flawed, because overall, this bill addresses a strong need in our state.
Further comments? Representative Frucht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A process question, if you will. Right now, the motion before us is ITL, and we are expressing a desire to retain the bill in committee in order to work on it and come out with a better bill. My understanding is that if ITL passes, it just ends. And if that is the case, I would request that the representative that made the motion withdraw the motion so that a different motion, i.e. a motion to retain, can be introduced, and we can do something that actually benefits the people that are so in need of recovery housing while maintaining local control and local input into the process. Thank you.
Further comments? We need to deal with this motion. Who made the motion?
I did.
So I guess the fair question would be, are you interested in withdrawing this motion? Yes or no?
No,
You said no.
right.
The representative that made the motion is not interested in withdrawing. Therefore, we need to take a vote on this motion. If this motion does not pass, then another motion can be made. Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 432. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
No.
Representative Gilman,
No.
Representative Majori,
No.
Representative Frucht,
No.
Representative Colby,
No.
Representative Germana,
No.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
No.
Madam Chair.
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 11 to 7. The committee recommendation on House Bill 432 is inexpedient to legislate, and that will go on the regular House calendar. And Representative Dolan will write the majority report, and the minority report will be written by Representative Germana. Thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 432 is now closed. At this time, the committee will resume the executive session on House Bill 124, enabling a city or town forest committee to offer surplus money to the town for deposit in the city or town general fund. We have in front of us, oh, well, stop. So we're resuming, that was about resuming, okay. So, I guess at this point in time, I would ask for a motion.
I make a motion to accept the amendment to HB 124, the amendment number 2025-0861H.
Representative Dolan seconds that. Representative Franz, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, I like the new amendment that you presented. It did change some wording in it. And I also just like the fact that it said that the fees may be offered after a majority vote to do so. It just clears a lot of things up. And it keeps it in the unreserved fund balance, which I think is a good idea as opposed to the general fund.
Thank you. Further comments? Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to commend the prime sponsor for being amenable to making this change at the last moment.
Further comments? Representative Colby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, much gratitude to the prime sponsor and for sticking with us today and being dedicated to your bill. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Majori is recognized.
And to echo the same comments and also commend the prime sponsor and the co-sponsors for working hard to find the kind of property tax relief or potential relief for their community, that should set a standard that should set a great standard for the state. So very commendable. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Colby is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also for your respect of local control.
Further discussion, comments? I have a comment. I too would like to both commend and thank the prime sponsor of this legislation for being here all day through lunch. And it's a testament to his hard work and his dedication and his willingness to participate in the legislative process. And I would also like to thank OLS and the drafting attorneys for responding to this, I would say, unique request at such, without notice, and to turn this around. So definitely a team effort. And I would also like the committee members as well for I guess their cooperation and navigating this novel situation. I think for this committee, I do appreciate the collaboration in order to come up with a solution that we didn't expect during executive session, and to work everybody together to arrive where we're at. So I'm very pleased with everyone and the situation. Further comments, Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also kudos to the chairwoman for being able to have the flexibility to see through this situation we had and work with the sponsor to get us a workable amendment.
Thank you, Representative Dolan. I appreciate that. Further comments? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is to accept Amendment 2025-0861H to House Bill 124. If you are in favor of accepting the amendment, you will vote yes. If you're opposed to accepting the amendment, then you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frocht,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Amendment 2025-0861H to House Bill 124 is accepted by a vote of 18-0. Is there a further motion? Representative Stavis is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move ought to pass with amendment on HB 124.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Representative Colby seconds the motion. Representative Stavis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just to repeat what many people have said before, that I think that this is a very good measure that has now been very carefully crafted in consultation with lots of different stakeholders, and I am happy to support it.
Further comments? Seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 124. If you are in favor of the motion, you will vote yes. If you are opposed to the motion, you will vote no. The clerk will call the roll.
Vice Chairman McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Guthrie,
Yes.
Representative Dolan,
Yes.
Representative Elward.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Franz,
Yes.
Representative Karasinski,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Walker,
Yes.
Representative Stavis,
Yes.
Representative Gilman,
Yes.
Representative Majori,
Yes.
Representative Frost,
Yes.
Representative Colby,
Yes.
Representative Germana,
Yes.
Representative Gerard,
Yes.
Representative Grund.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes. The motion passes with a vote of 18-0. The committee recommendation on House Bill 124 is ought to pass with amendment. Without objection, the committee recommendation will go on to the House consent calendar. And the report will be written by?
Madam Chair,
Oh.
I'll write it if you,
Who made the motion? Representative Stavis? Okay. So Representative Murphy, are you volunteering?
yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. And with that, the executive session on House Bill 124 is now closed. So that concludes our publicly noticed business for today, and our favorite part of the day is afternoon announcements. So a House session has been scheduled for Thursday, March 13th, and the committee will be pleased to know that we have completed our committee work on a total of 61 hearings. 60 House bills and 1 non-germane amendment that had been referred to this committee. So after crossover, we will take up our work on Senate bills that have been referred to, that will be referred to this committee. And I hope that we have less Senate bills than we had House bills. Oh, you looked? No. Oh. Okay, okay. So, with regards to committee reports, generally speaking, that they're due to the committee assistant by noon on Wednesdays. So again, that's less than the 48 hours, but it would be very nice to be able to have those submitted to me so that I can do what I need to do, so that I could pass them on to the committee assistant so that they can do their input into the system, and that they finally make their way to the House clerk and the speaker. And any questions? Do we have any questions? No? Okay. No questions? We're good? No, according to my record keeping, we're done, unless something bizarre comes up that I'm not aware of. But we've completed completed the bills that were referred to this committee. Representative Davis?
May I make a generic statement?
Only if it's good.
So I've been on this committee since 2018, and the thing that I love about municipal and county government is that despite our differences, which at times are considerable, when we disagree, we do it in a civil manner. We don't attack one another. We don't vilify one another. And frequently, we are able to arrive at really good compromises that make bills better. Most of the time, that's what happened. It didn't happen today so much, but that is going to happen every once in a while. We are going to have days on which we largely disagree on things, and our executive session in the last time, I think we agreed on pretty much everything. So once again, it is my privilege to say how proud I am to serve on this committee, which I consider to be the best committee in the House, and to work with all of my colleagues in making municipal and county law better.
Thank you, Representative Davis. I appreciate that. And I would also like to say that I do appreciate every single member of this committee. We had a very aggressive schedule, and everybody, showed up and participated in both the hearings and the executive sessions, and I'm sure the individual caucuses. And this is my 5th year, my 3rd term, and this year thus far has been very interesting. It's nothing like I've experienced before. Either obviously sitting here because this is my first time being the chair, and even sitting over here. So I would like to thank you, as I have before, for your patience and your commitment to this committee and your hard work and your everything that you do to work on behalf of the citizens of the Granite State. And I look forward to continuing to work with everybody after crossover. So with that, this meeting is now adjourned.